that gives a definite momentum to one's life. The vitality essential for the body and mind to perform a variety of simple yet tough tasks. And the characteristic grit, grace and poise in every one of us is provided and maintained by the heart, one of the vital organs of the human body. The heart is a small, hollow, muscular organ located beneath the breastbone and between the lungs. It pumps blood ceaselessly through a network of arteries and capillaries to various tissues for the well-being of mind and body. This wonderful pump, however, is prone to a variety of diseases, the most common being the congenital heart disease, common among children, hypertension or high blood pressure, arteriosclerosis, that is coronary heart disease, and heart valve disease or the rheumatic heart disease. The recurring attacks of rheumatic fever, generally ignored as an ailment of no serious consequence, is the primary cause of heart valve disease in India. While about 20 lakh persons are feared to have been afflicted by this disease, about 20,000 are at the risk of contracting it annually.
The tragedy of this disease is that it affects the young people. It is said that 6 out of every 1,000 school children are at risk of developing this disease. And it affects those who are in the age group of between 15 to 30 years. And most of the patients hail from the low socioeconomic income group.
The heart has 4 chambers, and in them are 4 unidirectional valves. Blood flow from the right atrium into the right ventricle is maintained by a tricuspid valve made up of 3 delicate triangular cusps or leaflets. Regulating the blood flow from left atrium into left ventricle is the mitral valve, which has only 2 cusps. Likewise, the unidirectional blood surge from the right ventricle into the pulmonary artery is facilitated by the pulmonary valve, which is made of 3 semilunar cusps. A similar valve, called aortic valve, located at the aortic opening, maintains unidirectional blood flow from the ventricle into the aorta. When the atria are in a relaxed state, deoxygenated blood from the body flows into the right atrium and oxygenated blood from the lungs enters the left atrium. When the atria contract, the tricuspid and mitral valve open, allowing blood to flow into the ventricles. Now the ventricles contract, forcing the tricuspid and mitral valves shut and opening the pulmonary and aortic valves. The deoxygenated blood surges through the pulmonic valve into the lungs, and the oxygenated blood gets pumped through the aortic valve for circulation throughout the body. The left-sided aortic and mitral valves are more susceptible to valvular disease, as cardiac surgeons confirm.
The right-sided valves in the pulmonary circulation are less prone to be affected by disease processes. On the other hand, the left-sided valves facing the more stressful and complex systemic circulation are more prone to be affected by the cardiac diseases.
Diseases such as rheumatic fever inflame and thicken the thin cusps of the valves. This prevents them from opening or closing fully, as in the case of this patient.
He has got an aortic valve disease causing revegetation. As shown in this echo picture, you can see the blood flowing back from the aorta into the left ventricle.
In such cases, the diseased valve has to be surgically replaced with an artificial one.
Artificial heart valves are of 2 types, tissue or bioprosthetic valves and mechanical valves. Tissue valves are made from biological materials like porcine heart valves or bovine pericardium. The disadvantage of tissue valves are that in young patients, say below 40 years of age, they tend to get calcified in about 4 to 6 years after implantation, and they become stiff and get damaged. So in the young patients like in our country who are generally below the age of 30, we need mechanical valves which are made from metals, plastics or ceramics. These valves have the advantage that are highly durable.
However, until recently, mechanical valves were beyond the means of poor patients, as imported valves were expensive and indigenous low-cost valves were just not available. It was to mitigate this problem that in the early 80s, the Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, which has the status of a university, undertook the challenge of making artificial heart valves. Under the leadership of its then director, Dr. Emmrc, a team of scientists drawn from the fields of medicine, biomedical technology and material sciences came together to develop a technology which had so far been the sole preserve of the developed world. The task was daunting and setbacks many, but the team persisted for 10 years and presented to the nation a low-cost tilting disc-type mechanical valve named the Chitra valve. This life-saving valve has three parts: an outer fabric suture ring, a metal cage, and within the cage, a circular disc which opens and closes due to pressure change in the heart chambers. The suture ring is made from a wrap-knitted polyester fabric treated in a specially developed process of cleaning and solvent extraction. This process prevents tissue growth on its surface when stitched to heart muscles. Under cryogenic conditions, the ring is hand-stitched carefully to meet international standards. The cage, the second part of the valve, is machined from solid rods of a cobalt-based superalloy called Haynes 25 alloy. In this process, both conventional and computer-controlled wire-cut machining techniques are employed. The struts of the cage are shaped to facilitate the smooth flow of blood without hindrance. The machined cage is then fine polished in different media to give it an impeccably smooth surface. Such a finish is needed as the struts are in the path of the blood flow. The disc, the most important component of the mechanical valve, is fabricated from ultra-high molecular weight, high-density polyethylene, one of the toughest materials available for making biomedical devices. This disc, machined from polyethylene rods, is subjected to solid-state compaction with controlled heating and cooling cycles. It is then polished to desired levels and assembled with the other two parts to constitute the wonder that has come to offer a fresh lease of life to vulvar disease patients. This little savior, the mechanical valve, is implanted through open heart surgery. Involved in this surgery are three sets of specialists: surgeons and nursing staff, anesthetists who administer anesthetics, and perfusionists who control the heart-lung machine, which performs the job of both heart and lungs during the operation. With undivided attention and dedication to free the ailing of disease, the surgeons expose the heart. Temporarily, the heart-lung machine is entrusted the task of receiving deoxygenated blood from the body and oxygenated blood from the lungs and pumping it back for circulation. The heart is then induced to rest. Once the heart stops, the aorta is opened to reach the aortic valve, which in this case was diagnosed to be defective.
And the cups are retracted and thickened. There are three cups. They are all thickened and retracted, causing non-cooptation of the cups, leading to regurgitation.
The incompetent aortic valve, therefore, is excised. The annulus of the aortic valve is sutured. so also the fabric ring of the tilting disc-type mechanical valve. And once the suturing is complete, the artificial valve is seated in the position of the natural valve. The incisions made in the heart for surgical interventions are closed. It is massaged gently to expel air that may have got in during surgery. With the main part of the surgery having been completed, the heart-lung machine is disconnected. The heart is then allowed to revive from its temporary stupor to regain its characteristic rhythm, the rhythm of life. These man-made valves undoubtedly are the saviors, having given a new life to hundreds afflicted by valvular disease. Soman, one such recipient of the mechanical valve, doesn't find any difficulty in carrying on his police duties. Like others, with a monthly checkup and a dose of anticoagulant, Sarama Isaac attends to her daily routine with ease. The case of Vasanta Kumari is no different. Artificial valves do help, but there is nothing like the ones nature provides us with. Take care of them.
Hello and welcome to the session on Introduction to Joomla. As we discussed earlier, a content management system is a series of programming pages connected to a database that allows one to retrieve information from that database in the form of content. Have you ever updated your Facebook page or created a blog? Have you ever bought a book from Amazon.com or on eBay? Have you ever read the Hindu online or checked something out on Wikipedia? All of these sites work with a type of content management system. Joomla is a great content management system with a lot of flexibility and an easy to use user interface with umpteen options and configurations. Joomla is an open source content management system which is used to build websites and online applications. Joomla is free to anyone who wants to download it and use it to create a website. It is also open to anyone who wants to create extensions and templates. Joomla is developed using PHP, object-oriented programming, software design patterns, and MySQL. Joomla is based on Mambo CMS, which was developed by an Australian company in 2001 and initially released on August 17, 2005. The official version of Joomla 1 was released on September 22, 2005. This chapter will discuss the basics of Joomla using which you can create websites with ease. The tutorial is divided into sections such as Joomla Basics, Joomla Menus, Joomla Modules, Joomla Global Settings and Joomla Advanced. Each of these sections contain related topics with screenshots explaining the Joomla admin screens. Why Joomla? There are 3 main free CMSs available today and endless other less popular ones. The most popular content management systems available are Joomla, Drupal and WordPress. The differences among them are quite significant, although they are basically meant to do the same thing, to help you create and manage your website. There have been many heated arguments between the Joomla and the Drupal users over which one is the best. Each has its merits and demerits. Here we discuss the features and advantages of Joomla. Joomla includes hundreds of extensions to enhance the functionality of website created with it. Also, it contains many powerful built-in features. Let's look at them. First one, User Manager. It allows managing the user information such as permission to edit, access, publish, create or delete the user, change the password and languages. The main part of the User Manager is authentication. The second one, Content Manager. It allows managing the content using what you see is what you get editor to create or edit the content in a very simple way. The next one is Banner Manager. It is used to add or edit the banners on the website. With the Banner Manager, you have the possibility to easily add advertising and monetize your website. The tool allows you to create clients and campaigns to add as many banners as you need, even custom codes to set impression numbers, track the clicks and much more. The next, Template Manager. It manages the designs that are used on the website. The templates can be implemented without changing the content structure within a few seconds. There are thousands of templates and themes available for Joomla templates. They give plenty of options suitable to clients' requirements. Media Manager. It is a tool for managing the media files and folders in which you can easily upload, organize and manage your media files into your article editor tool. Contact Manager. It allows adding contacts, managing the contact information of the particular users. Web Link Manager. The link resource is provided for user of the site and can be sorted into categories. Next, Search. It allows users to search the appropriate information on the site. You can use smart indexing, advanced search options, auto-suggest searches to make Joomla search best. Menu Manager. It allows creating menus and menu items can be managed subsequently. You can put menu in any style and in multiple places. RSS. The abbreviation stands for Really Symbol Syndication, which helps you to syndicate or disseminate your site contents automatically. Multilingual. This is the most popular and widely supported open source multilingual CMS platform in the world, offering 66 languages. Webmasters and content creators can create websites to be presented in multiple languages using the options available in the core software. Easy updates. One of the big challenges with any software is the efforts required for keeping it up to date. Fortunately, it has a one-click version update feature to make this process super easy for users of any skill level. The built-in updater also has an automated checker which notifies you if anything needs updating. This includes notification of the core software and extension that utilize this feature. Keeping your site up to date is the single best thing you can do to secure your web assets and gives you the tools to do this with little effort. Powerful extensibility. These are just some of the basic features and the real power is in the way you customize Joomla. Apart from these distinct features, it possesses some disadvantages too. Let's discuss them. The disadvantages. It has compatibility problem while installing several modules, extensions and plugins simultaneously. Plugins and modules are not free in it. Development is too difficult to handle when you want to change the layout. It is not much search engine optimization friendly. It makes website heavy to load and run. Architecture. It It is a model view controller web application. We are going to discuss the architectural style of Joomla. The architecture of Joomla contains following layers: database, Joomla framework, components, modules, plugin, templates, web server. Let's explain one by one. Database. Database is a collection of data and can be stored, manipulated and organized in a particular manner. The database stores the user information, content and many more required data of the site. It is used to store the administrative information to manage the site. Using database layer, it ensures maximum flexibility and compatibility for extension. Framework. Framework is a collection of open source software where the CMS is built. It is developed for more flexibility and breaks the framework into single modular packages, which helps each package to develop more easily. Components. Components are considered as mini applications. They consist of two parts and they are administrator and site. Whenever a page gets loaded, component is being called to render the body of main page. The administrator part manages different aspects of the component and the site part helps render the pages when request is made by site visitor. Components are main functional unit of it. Modules. Module is an extension which is used to render the pages in it. It is also used to display the new data from the component. It frequently looks like boxes such as login module. In administrator, the modules are managed by the module manager. It displays the new content and images when module is linked to components. Plugin. This is also a kind of extension. It is very flexible and powerful for extending the framework. It contains a bit of code that is used to execute the particular event trigger. It is commonly used to format the output of a component or module when a page is built. The plugin function which are associated with event are executed in a sequence when a particular event occurs. Templates. Templates determines the look of the Joomla website. There are two types of templates used and they are front end and back end. The back-end template is used to control the functions by the administrator, whereas the front-end template is a way to present the website to users. Templates are easy to build or customize the site. It provides maximum flexibility to style your site. Web browser. It is a server where the user interacts. It delivers the web pages to the client. The HTTP, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is used to communicate between the client and the server. Control panel. The control panel provides default features and functions of it to access through clickable icons, menu bar, etc. Installing. Joomla can be installed manually as well as using an installation software such as Fantastico or cPanel, which are installed in the host server and offer an user-friendly interface for the management of the site and the installation of software, but the requirements for both are very similar. Since it is a database-driven system, it requires an SQL database to run. That's where it will install its tables and store information you add to it. It also does better on a relatively fast server. So if you have been on the same server for longer than you can remember, contact your host and check if it's been upgraded, and if that's not the case, ask to be moved to a new server. If you're using Fantastico or cPanel, check the version of the installer. You want the newest version of it if possible, and at the very least one version behind. New versions usually carry security upgrades as well as bug fixes, and when dealing with a dynamic site, those fixes can make a big difference. Installation with cPanel. So you have checked all the requirements. What now? Well, if you have cPanel installed on your server, you have your work cut out for you. Go to cPanel, look for Fantastico and look under the content management section. Check the version available. You want the 1.5 version at least. If it is a recent version, click New Installation. You will be asked to fill in the following fields. 1. What domain you want to use. 2nd. Install directory. 3rd. Admin username and password email and full name. 4th, site name. 5th, install user data. This option will install pages, menus and directories with information. If you would like to see them and change them around as a way of learning how to use a site, leave this option. Then click install. Just give it a few minutes and cPanel will create the database and install it for you. It will then give you a link to your installation and to your administration, which is where you go to create articles and configure your site. Manual installation. Now, what do you do if your server does not provide you with cPanel? Don't worry, there are few more steps, but it's still not a long process. You will need a database, an FTP program, and installation files. Step 1. The database. Most hosts nowadays allow you to create databases using their administration. You won't have to know how to deal with a database once it's created. All you need is database name, database ID, database password, database path or address. Once you create the database, you should have access to all that information. Keep it safe since it will ask you for it during the installation. Step 2. Downloading Joomla files. Once you have the database set up, you need the installation files. Download them to your computer as a zip file and extract them to your website folder. Now you have two options. If you want it to be your whole site or the main part of your site, you should put it on the root folder, which is the main folder for your site. Step 3. Uploading Joomla files. Next, you should upload all of the files to your host using an FTP program or extract the zip file directly to your server through the server's file manager. Step 4. Running the installation. Next is to go to root folder. It will ask you for a language and then it will check whether your server can handle Joomla without any problems. On some specific hosts, its folders might not default to their correct permission settings, which would cause it to display an error saying access is not allowed. In that case, you might have to access those folders and change the permissions by hand. Step 5. License. Next, read over Joomla's license. It is pretty straightforward to understand. Step 6. Database information. The following page is where you will need your database information. Select the type of database. MySQL is the most common. Host name, the address or path to your database. Username and password for the database. Database name that you would probably choose that when creating the database. Configuration settings. Once it is installed, it's time to start adding content and managing your site. You will need to log into the administration of the site. You will need the username and password you set up during installation to log in and access the backend of your site. Now, how to publish content? The architecture requires that every article belongs to a section and a category unless you make it unspecified. Because of that, before you start creating the sections and categories, you need to think of the names that you might need. Think of a section as a drawer in a filing cabinet, a category is a folder inside, and articles as the documents inside the folder. Another good rule of thumb is to think of the sections and categories as one things of the menus and pull down menus. Let's say you want to have a button called About My Company, and when someone puts the mouse over that button, a pull down menu with options, staff and locations appears. Sections. So to create a section, simply go to the content menu button and select sections. Once on the page is opened, click the new button. You will be taken to a page with several options. The only one you really need is the title and the description if you want to link a menu button to that section at some point. Otherwise, just the title would be enough. Categories. From the content menu, you can also get to categories. Since they are subcategories of sections, they work in a similar way and you should also add a title. But this time you must also select a section for the category. All the other fields are optional and not necessary for the functioning of the site. Articles. Now that you have your sections and categories created, we can start adding some real content to the site. To create an article, go to Content, Articles and click New. You will be taken to a page that looks a little like Microsoft Word but without as many features. It is what we call a WYSIWYG, which means what you see is what you get interface. What that means is that whatever you do on this page will be translated by the software into HTML, which can be read by web browsers as a web page. Like most interfaces with a lot of features, it can seem to have a long learning curve due to all of its features and all its possible configurations. The task is much less time consuming than it seems, especially if you set yourself to master one feature at a time. In no time, you can have an easy to update dynamic site that you can also grow with you. Changing looks and adding features can be done in minutes, and major configuration changes can be done by changing a few files. If you have ever considered using one, I hope this session inspires you to give it a try, and I hope it helps to make your new CMS experience much easier. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. In summary, Joomla may be well suited for dynamic websites designed for growth and features. Also for medium-sized business sites, multimedia sites, membership sites, small e-commerce sites, etc. is evolving and will keep on doing the same. It is not as easy as WordPress, and at the same time it is not too complex like Drupal. It fits perfectly between WordPress and Drupal. There is a huge amount of documentation on which makes it robust compared to WordPress. Joomla can boast of excellent characteristics by all factors which are crucial for small business owners who would like to take their business online, keeping in mind the factors of cost, quality, time, flexibility and control. It may be concluded that it is a powerful CMS, and with the help of templates and ready-made solutions, one can save time and money. Having all said, Joomla would be a great option to build and deploy websites. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. What is Joomla framework? 2. What is Joomla plugins? 3. What is feed display module in Joomla? 4. Explain template manager in Joomla. 5. What do you mean by website SEO? 6. Which is the PHP compatibility used for Joomla 3.x? 7. What is the difference between manual installation and cPanel installation? Hope that you may go through the references given here for further understanding. www.joomla.org, www.wikipedia.org/wiki/Joomla, www.flashmin.com/why Joomla is the best CMS for your small business. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Till then, take care.
Today we have Professor Kamalesh Kar, a very senior distinguished nuclear physicist and professor from Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Calcutta. Professor Kar did his PhD from Rochester University and joined the Saha Institute in mid-80s. Since then he has been very active in various aspects of nuclear physics research. He is one of the leading nuclear physics members of this country and is well known internationally. He is having several collaborations with several outside scientists. Recently he had been to Spain in connection with his collaboration work, and when I asked him to come over here, he immediately agreed to come and talk a few lines about his current activities. Professor Carr, I would first like to ask you, nuclear physics had been there for almost more than 100 years. What is the current state of nuclear physics research in world particularly and in general in India? Can you please highlight that?
Yes, nuclear physics is of course there as a physics subject for a long time, and after the Second World War, of course, nuclear physics became very popular. In the 50s and 60s, many aspects, important nuclear physics aspects were discussed, and there are many important findings were made, and there are centers like Niels Bohr Institute and also many centers like MIT and other universities in USA which contributed a lot. Now nuclear physics after that went through some evolution, and nowadays there are certain specific areas where nuclear physics is concentrating. Some of the areas is like something called exotic nuclei, that means nuclei which are not stable at all, highly unstable, but which have a lot of a nucleus is made of a proton and a neutron, and these nuclei have a large number of neutrons and much smaller number of protons, but still are stable for a very short period of time. I mean they decay very quickly, but there are challenging experiments being done to study their properties, and because this is very important in nuclear astrophysics. That's another area which is developing very well. In nuclear astrophysics, the challenging problems are how stars are formed, how they continue to burn, and finally after long billions of years how they die. So this has input, though it's not very clear that how to a layman it looks the largest things are getting connected to the smallest things, which are nuclei. Largest things are the stars. Nuclei have the size of 10 to the power minus 13 centimeter, but this large and the small get connected, and the properties of nuclei in some way control or give a lot of input to the large evolution of stars, of the making of the universe in the early stages, about the properties of the neutrons and the protons become important. So that's a very important activity, nuclear astrophysics, and nuclei which were not studied earlier, which are exotic and which are highly unstable, but which are very important not only as a to understand the specific nuclei, but also in their applications to understand the whole world.
Now coming back to the statement you made, exotic nuclei. As you know, most of these exotic nuclei are very short-lived, and if we want to produce, as I understand, we need to have the radioactive ion beams, particularly those nuclei which are quite far away from the line of stability. So if you want to produce these radioactive ion beams, already the western hemisphere is going with good speed, and Oak Ridge has got the facility, and Emmrc also I understand has the facility. What are the attempts that are made in India, and how far we are in comparison to our brothers in the US and European countries?
Yes, surely USA, Europe as well as Japan are way ahead of us in this field. So, but this being a very important field, as you mentioned, we need to catch up. So there are two possibilities. One is collaboration, which is going on. I know many of my colleagues from Variable Energy Cyclotron Center used to go to the RIKEN facility in Japan, and they learnt a lot, and many of the persons from Japan used to come, and similarly from USA and Europe, lot of the experimental physicists came and gave very important input to the Indian community. and the second method is to develop the homegrown facilities. There are attempts for that, like Variable Energy Cyclotron Center is working towards a machine. They have made quite a lot of progress, and in the next 5-year plan and in the coming 5 to 10 years, I think many of these Indian nuclear physicists will come together and try to look at get facilities closer to the international competitive ones and try to make some dent in that area with our homegrown experimental results.
So we do have to have a lot of experimental facilities, including sophisticated instrumentation. For example, if you, as you already know, gamma sphere is a very powerful tool for the gamma spectroscopy work, and similarly charged particle ball, which is again was developed at Berkeley. Are there any attempts to build that kind of multi-detector arrays within India, either on collaborative basis or on indigenous basis? Is there any attempt going on there?
Yes, actually the nuclear experimentalist, the community of the few research institutes and universities, they have come together in the last few years, something called the INGA collaboration, where people from my own institute, Saha Institute, Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, TIFR, and some people from BRC, as well as from the IUAC, Inter-University Accelerator Center. They have put their gamma ray, they have actually gone for a Indian gamma ray array, which I don't remember the exact number, I think 22 of them were put together. So the idea was to have a 4-pi geometry and to have something closer to the gamma sphere, as you mentioned, so that the Indian homegrown results become at least comparable to what you are able to do abroad. So we have to make still some progress in that, but there are efforts already on towards that goal.
So how is the general feedback in setting up these facilities from the, ultimately the students have to come forward, and how is the general trend with the onset of the IT revolution in India? Are we able to really get good students who are dedicated to spend time on the development of these experimental facilities? Because experimental facilities development takes a lot of time and it requires a lot of patience, and many a time you don't have any publications for years together. So what is your advice, and how do we go about to solve this problem?
Yes, getting students of course is one of the most important aspects, and overall in physics, as you mentioned, IT was an attractive professional line for the young minds, and many of them went that way. And also because there is a difference in large difference in the pay packets you get in the research world and in the IT world. So there was of course a depletion of the good students from research to other areas. But I think generally the university, the community and the government, I would say, also has become aware of that, and so there are now many schemes to attract good students, to give them better scholarships to start with, and better job opportunities in future, and which of course has to improve to keep pace with other areas. But overall I think compared to, let's say, 5 or 7 years ago, there is a tendency of some of the bright students to come to different fields of physics. But then there is again competition between different fields, like condensed matter experiments and theory is also an attractive area. Nuclear physics, we are trying to project that it is a very attractive area, and similarly high energy physics, both experiment and theory, is a very attractive area. Even a layman now knows about the great experiment that is going on in CERN, so they get attracted towards doing that. So one should always try to really go to the student at the BSc, MSc level. Research institute, universities should work hard to give attractive talks, make the courses attractive to the students, so that we get more and more bright students coming to nuclear physics, because there are many challenges in the research world that they will get, which will be intellectually satisfying to them compared to many other job areas.
In this context, I would like to ask you, can you specifically tell a few challenging topics which the students can pursue, if not financially satisfying their academic complexes?
Okay, some of the, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, nuclear astrophysics is one area which is really growing very well, where you need input from nuclear physics to solve some of the problems that you encounter. Like the way, let's say, if you look at the nuclei, look at the elements that were formed, we still sometimes do not know what are the ways the elements, the heavier elements got formed. You see, even there are debates going on about the actual sites of something called the R process nucleosynthesis. So whether it was in a star going through supernova explosion, or in the merger of two neutron stars. So these sites are still not known. So there are challenging problems in the sense that you need to understand how elements are produced in this universe, what was the basic sites where they were first produced, and how do they you have to look at their abundances right now, which we observe in the solar complex or in the other stars, and how we can. So when you do some sort of a nuclear physics input, that also has to explain eventually the observed solar abundances and other abundances of metals and non-metals. So as a result, this is again a challenging area where nuclear physics is very important. Another area I can mention is the death of large stars. When you look at the sky, we look at stars, but we do not know that some of these stars are at different stages of their evolution. Some of these stars are new ones. Some of the stars are like the sun, which is burning the hydrogen to helium mostly, but there may be some stars which are there for a long period of time and which is nearing its lifetime. That means it is the burning of the nuclear fuel is nearing completion. So those stars, if they are large enough, they often decay, I mean that they often explode in a very violent way called supernova explosions. Now in the last 50-70 years, scientists, physicists, astrophysicists, they were trying to understand this explosion from basic physics, from the physics that you know in our classrooms. There have been spectacular advances in that, but still there are certain areas which we are not able to really make agreement with the observed values, like observed values of the energy of the explosion that you can see in the sky, and you can estimate that sort of thing. When you simulate in your computer, you do not match the values exactly, but overall the process, what is taking place, lot of things are known. So these are things where with a computer, with some nuclear physics input from the laboratory, and with a paper and a pencil, you can actually understand some of the key mysteries of the universe, and that's where nuclear physics becomes so important.
Can you also tell us a few lines on the importance of neutrino oscillations and why it is challenging to undertake such a study?
Yeah, this neutrino is a particle which comes in something called a beta decay. You know, of students all learn about radioactivity in their BSc or even high school days. Radioactivity, there are three kinds: alpha decay, beta decay, and gamma decay. Now this beta decay transform one nucleus, this is a nuclear physics effect, transform one nucleus to another nucleus, giving electron or a positron and emitting some particles which have no charge and which are supposed to have no mass as well. That's what when Pauli in 1930 postulated them, and then in 1956 when they are detected in experiments, they were supposed to have no mass. But recently, through again something called a solar neutrino puzzle or solar neutrino deficit problem, people have found out that the neutrinos that are supposed to come from the sun, their number that we observe is lower, and doing again detailed experiment finally in the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory in Canada in 2002 onwards. One is able to find out that there is something called neutrino oscillations which transform something these electron type neutrinos that we are discussing to something called the mu type neutrinos or the tau type neutrinos, and this is known as neutrino oscillations. And for this to happen, at least one of these neutrinos must have a non-zero mass, and that also is revolutionizing our idea of nuclear and particle physics, and this is something called going beyond the standard model. And so the neutrino oscillation detection has become important for many reasons, to understand the neutrino oscillation, to understand something called CP violation in high energy physics, to understand the evolution in the early universe. So many of the countries in Europe, also USA, are with a lot of vigor are doing neutrino oscillation experiments, catching neutrinos. There are two things. One is that neutrinos of the muon type get produced in the atmosphere, so you can catch the atmospheric neutrinos and observe neutrino oscillation. That is one thing which we are planning to do in India. There is something called the India based Neutrino Observatory, or INO, which is a mega project which will hopefully soon get funded by the government of India, and which will there will be an underground observatory near Madurai. There will be a tunnel which will go and we will have the observatory underground. This will be the first major underground observatory after the Kohler field experiments in Mysore, where again lot of interesting properties of neutrinos were seen, but that observatory is no more. So we have to build a new one which will be near Madurai. West Pori Hills is the place, and we hope to maybe 5 years from now get some results on this experiment and really analyze atmospheric neutrinos and understand neutrino oscillations. The other thing that is being done is something called the long baseline experiments, where from reactors or specific high energy neutrino facility, neutrinos come out, and the neutrino detectors may be a few hundred kilometers away or maybe even 1,000 kilometers away. You can detect those neutrinos and see how much they have oscillated. These again, these short and long baseline neutrino experiments, many of them are proposed, some of them are already on, and if INO actually becomes a reality, then in a sort of long term future, we also would like to get neutrinos from some sources like CERN in future or some other facility if it develops, and try to also do these baseline experiments. That will of course be a long baseline experiment.
Professor Carr, can you please give a few more details on the Indian Neutrino Observatory coming up at Thani, and what are the various problems that have to be solved, and what are the various problems which we are likely to encounter, both from the academic point of view as well as from the administrative point of view?
Yes, this India based Neutrino Observatory, or INO, which is I mentioned earlier, it's the tunnel has to be there. This tunnel will lead to a hall which will be the seat of the first neutrino experiment in India. It is in the district of Theni, and so basically all the required permissions like environment clearance and forest clearance, all those has been obtained for this site. They are all available with us. The only thing is that now the state government has to give permission to use the land for making the construction. So once the land is allotted, Department of Atomic Energy is already in their Atomic Energy Commission meetings. In the next meeting, hopefully they will discuss about this and try to allocate funds. So once the land comes, then the construction will start. Construction will be a 2-kilometer tunnel that will lead to a big hall, which will have the experiment is basically it will have to start with about 30 to 40 kilotons of iron, that is module 1, which itself is a detector. It will be magnetized, and that magnetized iron will be able to detect with electronics in between, to detect these atmospheric neutrinos that are always coming from our atmosphere in all directions. So that will so the experiment hopefully will start after the construction and putting in of the iron into the chamber, the cavern. And so, as I said, maybe within if things go on fine, maybe in 4 or 5 years we will start having our own neutrino observatory, detecting data, and in a couple of years time we will be able to look at the atmospheric neutrino oscillations, the oscillation parameters like what I told you about the mass of the neutrino. So it will throw light on that, how much of neutrinos oscillation angle, and so this will be able to then compete with the other experiments that are already going on in USA as well as in other countries.
Okay. Then I will ask you a couple of more general questions. One is, what is your advice to the students who wants to pursue physics as career or for their career?
Yeah, I think the main thing, the basic thing is that a student who wants to do research should have confidence in himself that I am able to do something, and that once you have confidence in yourself, that half the battle is already won, because you here now it is a international competition. It's not just your village or your city or your country. So physics or any branch of science is universal. The same Newton's law of motion you are taught in Indian high schools, in Europe, in USA. So you are learning, and now with all sorts of facilities you are learning almost at par with the international students. So students should not get scared. They should know that Indian students actually are one of the brightest internationally, and they should really come up, have confidence, and look at challenging problems and try to solve them. And we have seen already in maths Olympiads, physics Olympiads, Indian students, when they go, they do very well. Only thing that they need is exposure, which I think is taking place now. What exposure a student gets today is much more than what we used to get when we were students. So with exposure and confidence in yourself, I think you can conquer the world. So that is my advice to the students.
One final question. This is not a general question again. See, many a time quite a good number of students approach me saying that they want to do PhD, but unfortunately they are not in the physics stream, they are engineering students. While the national institutes in India, they encourage non-physics major students to come to PhD in physics, a good majority of the universities do not encourage them because our system is so rigid. I would personally feel that, like in US and Western countries, anybody wants to do research in physics, we should encourage them and help them to bridge the gaps one way or other by supporting and developing courses. So how do you think, what should we do? How do we make a change in our outlook of the so-called administrators to allow non-physics students also to come into physics if they are interested? So what do you say about that?
No, I completely agree with you. I can give you an example. P.A.M. Dirac, who actually is one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics, he was an electrical engineer, and there are many other examples of that, because electrical engineers by their training know mathematics sometimes better than physicists. So I think and so there are examples, and there are even in India I have a colleague of mine who is a renowned particle physicist who was actually an electrical engineer in IIT Kharagpur. Then he changed over to physics. He went to USA, did his PhD and came back. So like that, we should have some courses for students who are coming from other areas, doing their masters in other areas. So they need to maybe brush up a few more courses. Some of the attempts are already there in some of these institutes, a few of them, even IITs are thinking of that. But that we should do it more generally, we should do it in the universities. That way our curriculum should be a little bit more flexible. We should have some optional courses which the students can take. Of course, some student who wants to come to do spend his life in research in physics, of course will not mind taking a 6-month or a 1-year course to learn basics of physics. So that I think is very possible. Only thing is we may have to change our outlook, and we have to change our curriculum to some extent, and we should of course teach them well. That's finally the most important point.
I completely agree with you. There is one more point. See, again, our appointment and selections to most of the faculty positions are so rigid. They insist on basic qualification in physics, Emmrc physics, if you consider any lecturership or a teaching position. I think there also needs to be a change, because once a student who qualifies for a PhD in program, I personally feel there is no reason to insist upon what his earlier qualification or her earlier qualification was. So in that context, what will be your advice? How do we go about bringing this change? Because I am finding it very difficult to turn back the students. No, I cannot take you, knowingly that they are extremely good students. I had to, in my own experience, move earth and heaven to take one student who did his BTech in engineering and wanted to do in astrophysics his PhD. So finally somehow I was able to manage it, but in general it cannot be done. There must be a general rule which should be allowed, saying that any student who wants to do PhD in any branch can do, provided some bridge courses are done. What is your advice on that?
Yeah, what you point out is a very important thing. It's not only the courses changing, but also the criteria the university set or the institute set also has to change. Otherwise, this poor student who does his PhD suddenly finds that he is not eligible to get a job in colleges or in the university. So these rules should be more flexible. UGC should seriously look at that problem and try to make it more open, so that the whole idea of attracting the best brains wherever they are, whether they are in science or engineering, does matter, but let them come and do in a free atmosphere, do as much as they can, and that, I think that in the long run will really make this thing vibrant and successful.
Thank you, Professor Carr, for your enlightening instructions and explaining all the recent trends. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you.
Today we are going to discuss axiology, which is a major branch of philosophy. It is generally defined as the study of value. So to begin with, we shall analyze the concept of value. Value is generally defined as the qualities that a person has learned to believe as important or worthwhile. Thus, a value is an enduring belief or set of beliefs that determine the preferences of an individual living in society. Values are the concepts or principles that we live by in order to achieve certain goals in individual and social life. Now we shall see a definition of value given by N.K. Emmrc. He defines value as such behaviors that a society nurtures, cherishes or practices. And according to Kumar Bhaskar, values are normative standards by which human beings are influenced in the choice among alternative courses of action. in economics, value theory refers to the value or price of goods and services that human beings use. Hence, the concept of value in economics is limited to the production, exchange and consumption of goods for material life. The philosophical meaning of value is indeed different. As in the case of any other philosophical term like being and truth, the concept of value is also used in its most general sense. So, axiology deals specifically with the analysis of the contradictories like good and bad, right and wrong, worthy and unworthy, etc. Axiology, the term is derived from the Greek word axios, meaning worthy. We shall see a clear definition of axiology in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Accordingly, axiology is the philosophical study of goodness or value in the widest sense of these terms. It is the widest because the axiological notion of value encompasses its expressions in economic, moral and aesthetic deliberations. Thus, axiology goes beyond the explicit meaning of value or good as we use it in our day-to-day life. R.B. Perry, in his book General Theory of Value, defines value as any object of any interest. He had identified 8 areas of value consideration, namely morality, religion, art, science, economics, politics, law and custom. Hence, axiology covers various domains of human social life. The value perspectives held by a social unit determine the lifestyle, food habits, the ideal of beauty, worship pattern and rules of behavior that its members follow consciously or unconsciously. These value perspectives determine the attitudes, likes and dislikes and even the feelings of the members of a group. Hence, values are the specific indicator of individual society interface that form the inseparable component of the fabric of human life. Social scientists identify taste as the adapted or custom-made behavior pattern in a group that motivates the individual members to prefer a certain lifestyle, object of use or course of action. A taste therefore refers to cultural choices and preferences. Cultural preferences crystallize into value systems which are internalized by the members of a society as they grow up in the group. Thus, every social unit upholds a specific set of beliefs about certain values as acceptable and certain others as taboo. One may not be and need not be religious. One may be free to keep off educational system, but it is rather impossible to evade the participatory role in a given value system. Now we shall see how we distinguish between fact and value. We frequently talk of religious, moral, aesthetic, political and economic values. As we have already mentioned, economic value is assessed in terms of utility and exchange. But in the case of moral, aesthetic and political realms, values refer to certain ideals and prescriptions about the do's and don'ts. A philosophical debate on the question of values implies some points of dispute, which we shall discuss here briefly. One important question is about the relationship between fact and value. How shall we distinguish between judgments of fact and judgments of value? Are value judgments factual or just ideal? Judgments of fact are empirical judgments that can be verified as materially true or false. But value judgments are appreciative or evaluative in the sense that they express either approval or disapproval of a choice, action or object. Their main function is to evaluate what one is doing or feeling in a context of choice that involves the question of what to do or what not to do. So value judgments refer to certain norms, ideals and standards. Hence, we can conclude that factual judgments are descriptive, whereas value judgments are prescriptive, as they are derived according to some approved norms. Axiology deals with the issue of the relationship between value and fact, and philosophers commonly disagree upon the question of the objective validity of values. It is true that in the case of factual judgments, one cannot choose the false one for the true one. Let us take the example of the statement, oxygen is essential to sustain life. If the statement is true, one cannot decide the opposite as true because it is equal to choosing death. Hence, the value of oxygen is a material fact that nobody can deny. Now, take a value prescription having a similar sentence structure. Tolerance is essential for peaceful living. When we consider the value implications of this statement, it is not as simple as the case of our previous statement about oxygen. First of all, this statement refers to a value in collective life that involves the necessary interaction and interdependence between people. Here comes up the question, tolerance of what? If it is tolerance of oppression or poverty, at least the oppressed and the poor will not prefer it for peaceful living. This shows that value judgments and prescriptions in ethical situations cannot be declared true or false with logical certainty. Values are different from facts, as value judgments imply what the individual chooses from a set of options. In the case of the previous statement about tolerance, if one thinks or realizes that it is a value imposed by a powerful social group upon the oppressed group, then the given value prescription is doubted and denied. Anyway, one cannot deny at will the truth of the necessity of oxygen for the sustenance of life. That is why it is suggested that a value judgment has a subjective element or the role of the individual will in it, whereas the cognitive element of a judgment of fact is objectivity. Logical positivists like A.J. Ayer and existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre deny the scope of analyzing the cognitive or logical status of value judgments. Ayer argues that value judgments are emotive in function, and Sartre points out the freedom of choice as the characteristic of value judgments. Here we shall see another issue of meaning in axiology. There are many ways and situations in which something is recognized as good. See now these examples, in all of which the term good is used, but with a different purpose in each case. First one, pleasure is good. Then, it is good that she helped me in time. Third, it is a good deal. Fourth, that is a good book. And the last, war is not good. We can extend this list to demonstrate many more uses of the term good, and it is difficult to determine an all-purpose meaning of the terms like good, right, value, etc. So with this description of the different uses of good, we shall pass on to the classification of values. That is, following this account of the nature of value and value judgments, we shall now look at the different ways of classifying value according to different norms. The dispute on absolute versus relative status of values is quite common. For example, every religion prescribes a set of predetermined values as mandatory for its believers. This is quite exhaustive as it applies to all phases of life, from what to eat to what to wear and how to bury the dead. The values of religion are supposed to be absolute and unchanging due to its divine authority. On the other side, idealists argue that values exist in a Platonic heaven of reality that transcends the objective world. Then rationalists are confident of the intuitive power of human mind to realize the absolutely right and wrong, or absolutely worthy and unworthy. And opposing this position of absolutists, relativists do not accept the absoluteness of values. Accordingly, values and value systems are dependent on subjective or social contexts and conditions. Look at critical theorists and New Left thinkers who have shown how values are linked with the hegemony and ideology of dominant groups in a society. Value system is in fact a social construct that is legitimized and imposed by interest groups that hold power. An obvious case is the religious justification of Varna order and caste hierarchy in traditional Indian society in spite of its visible evils. Now we come to the distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic or instrumental values. We say that a certain thing is intrinsically valuable when its worth is determined by its own natural value rather than by anything else. The value of oxygen as the essential life sustaining element is a property of oxygen itself, and it is not because of anything else. The basic contention of environmental ethics is that everything in nature has a value of its own in spite of its being useful or useless for human beings. When the value of a certain thing is determined by something other than itself, the value is extrinsic. In economics, for example, the market value of a commodity is dependent on extrinsic conditions like demand and supply. Axiology further takes up the question of universal values like truth, beauty, and love. Philosophy has a long tradition of the pursuit of eternal values. Universal values may not exist objectively as the specific values like honesty, tolerance, compassion, etc. But they are significant as the ideals that guide and inspire our value sense and value judgment. Now we shall discuss the practical significance of axiology in comparison with the other branches of philosophy. Every human being is born into a value system, whether she likes it or not. As social beings, we are all bound to behave according to some predetermined norms and patterns that are time tested for accelerating our survival chances. Hence, axiology as the study of values is more valuable to our day-to-day life than any other branch of philosophy. Now, it is clear that axiology as the study of values has its practical significance more than any other branch of philosophy. See, one can push on in everyday life without any serious concern for metaphysical or epistemological debates. The case of axiology is different. None can do things in collective life without a proper understanding of the value system, which prescribes the do's and don'ts between those people who live together. In our everyday life, a value perspective is either a motivator or an inhibitor. We are guided by definite value perspectives when we judge and act in a certain way or appreciate certain objects or creations. We can see that individual members imbibe, follow, and share the value perspectives for the subsistence and welfare of the society as a whole. Hence, it is true that values are not merely a matter of individual preference, but they lie embedded in the collective unconscious. Society has its strong means and mechanisms to praise those who live according to the value prescriptions and to punish those who digress. Now let us analyze here the case of ecological value sense that has been emerging all over the world. In the present day world, people become more and more aware of the need to prevent the widespread ecological devastation due to human invasion of nature. Here we can notice the value conflict between the advocates of anthropocentric development and those who insist on an ecocentric perspective of nature-human relationship. This inspires us to correct our earlier evaluation of natural resources as reserved for human use and benefit. We are now becoming more and more skeptical about the truth of the ancient dictum, man is the measure of all things. Yet, it is to be noted that this ecological concern was a part of the value system that had emerged in the early tribal units in different parts of the world. Let us consider here the example of Bishnois, who have been living for centuries in the desert region of the Thar in Rajasthan. Their spiritual leader, Guru Jameshwarji had preached them 29 principles for a better life by overcoming the ecological devastation in their natural abode. The main advice was to abstain from doing any harm to the kedgeree tree and blackbuck that are vital to their livelihood in the desert region. Many other tribal groups in India and Africa, as also the Red Indian tribes, had maintained similar customs and practices that demonstrate their spontaneous and respectful adoration of nature. That is why the prominent Indian ecologists and anthropologists like Ramchandra Guha and Madhav Gadgil used the term ecological ethnicities to denote the uniqueness of tribal culture. This ecocentric value perspective molded the religion and economy of such tribes, as we see in their practices of nature worship, limited production and prudent consumption, etc. From ecology we shall come to feminism. The feminist way of conceiving the social order of today exposes a major problem in our traditional value systems. According to feminist critics, the traditional social order is male-centered, and its value perspectives justify the masculine power over the female. We have value systems to support the androcentric or male-centered institutions in religion, politics, education, family, and all around us. The democratic values like gender equality and respect for the feminine are insisted on in this context. So far we have discussed the value ideals of ecocentric and feminist perspectives, and this leads us to the conclusion that no value system is static, because a changing world demands changes in the existing values in any society. The positive recognition of environmental values and gender equality is the clear sign of our changing axiological point of view. Now we shall pass on to the different branches of axiology. Axiology as a discipline of philosophy, as a branch of philosophy, is subdivided into two major areas, namely ethics and aesthetics. Ethics is concerned with the study of moral values, judgments and choices that determine the interaction between individuals and groups of people. The term ethics is derived from the Greek word which means character, and it is linked with custom or habit. There is another word, a Latin word, mores, which is the root of the term morality, which also means habits or customs. Mackenzie, in his work A Manual of Ethics, emphasizes the normative and practical significance of ethics as the science of the ideal in human conduct. Another author, William Lilly, defines ethics as the normative study of the conduct of human beings living in societies. From their exposition of moral philosophy, we can understand that ethics is primarily concerned with the norms of human conduct, and such norms are relevant in the practical situations of human interaction in group life. Based on the various functions that ethics serves, it is divided into three main branches or areas. First one is normative ethics, that deals with the norms, standards or criteria that determine the right or wrong in human conduct. Its concern is what one ought to do to meet the norms of morality. And the second division is descriptive ethics, which is the factual study of what people or societies consider right or wrong. Then we have the latest, the newly emerging area called applied ethics. It is concerned with the evaluation of right or wrong in human conduct in practical situations. Biomedical ethics, legal ethics, professional ethics, environmental ethics, etc. deal with crucial questions of morality in practical life. Now we consider the second division of subdivision of axiology, namely aesthetics. Aesthetics is the axiological study of beauty in nature and art. Paul Ford defines aesthetics as the philosophical branch of inquiry concerned with art, beauty and perception. Its root word in Greek is aesthenomai, which means perception. Thus, as an axiological discipline, the core concern of aesthetics is the norms or standards by which our sensory perceptions are evaluated. It is at the same time a normative study and a critical approach to the ways and means to appreciate a literary or artistic creation or an object of nature that we perceive. Aesthetic theories explain not only the individual ability to judge something as beautiful or not beautiful, but also the ideals of beauty that determine our aesthetic judgments. The key point of dispute in aesthetics is about the objectivity of aesthetic judgments. It is true that what we perceive in the objects of judgment arouses a subjective or personal feeling in the perceiver. An object of nature or art that stimulates a feeling of enjoyment in one person may create a sense of ugliness in another. The culturally molded taste is indeed a determining factor in aesthetic evaluation. The inclination to enjoy music is shared by human beings in general, but what type of music one prefers is a matter of taste that is determined by her cultural background. David Hume, in his famous essay entitled Of the Standards of Taste, recognizes agreeableness or the pleasure we experience from a work of art as the standard of its aesthetic quality. Aesthetic judgment is the subjective response to a work of art not as a physical object but as a unique form or image. The form is an objective reality that is produced by an artist or a group of artists, which in turn produces different aesthetic judgments in different perceivers. Hence, subject-object duality is overcome in aesthetic appreciation, or there occurs a unique kind of amalgamation and merging of the objective form of art and the subjective sentiment towards it. A work of art or an object of nature has the potential to produce pleasure or displeasure, but for this potential to become actual, it should be perceived and evaluated by an individual subject. This subject-object interface in aesthetic situation is the theme of the classical Indian theory of rasa, introduced by Bharata in his Natya Shastra and later developed by Abhinavagupta. Accordingly, the factors involved in aesthetic experience are partly objective and partly subjective. There are 9 permanent states of mind or sthayi bhavas in the mind of the appreciator or sahridaya, and corresponding to them there are 9 rasas. When the sahridaya receives proper stimulus from an art form, the sthayi bhavas produce corresponding rasas. Hence, in aesthetic experience, the latent bhava manifests as rasa. This is the Indian theory of aesthetics. Now, our discussion will not be complete without reference to the concept of value education. Today, the concept of value education is a significant component of the philosophy of education. Everyone is aware of the fact that in spite of tremendous material progress we have achieved, we are living amidst a variety of crises. It is widely acknowledged that at the root of these crises there is a visible erosion of values in all walks of social life. In this context, it is natural to seek the potentials of education as the oldest and the most effective means to the inculcation of social and moral values. It is time to reverse the overemphasis of educational institutions on mere acquisition of knowledge and technical expertise, and it is time to recognize their role in character building and value education of the younger generation. Every budding citizen should have the opportunity to assimilate the necessary values for living harmoniously in the family, society, the nation, and in the wider global community. Prominent historians of classical Indian philosophy have recognized the concern for spiritual values as the hallmark of our tradition. Thus, we have the Shanti mantra or the peace chant repeated in the Upanishadic verses, truth and non-violence as the great vows or the Mahavratas, and above all the insistence on dharma or righteous conduct. Yet, none can deny the fact that in spite of all these value standards and prescriptions, the traditional Indian social organization was plagued with the evils like casteism. Similarly, contrary to expectations, the originally Western ideal of techno-scientific progress could not yet wipe out the miseries of human life like poverty, inequality, exploitation, and oppression. Religions could not yet fulfill their promise to unite humankind, as intolerance and violence between different religious sects are increasing day by day. Hence, it is necessary for a student of philosophy to approach axiology from different angles. Thus, we study axiology as not only the theoretical study of what value is and how value systems originate and function in social life, but also as the critical analysis of the status quo value systems and perspectives. Now we shall summarize the discussion. We have seen that philosophers inquire into the basic principles and presuppositions of knowledge in different fields of study. The specific branches of philosophy include metaphysics as the study of the essential nature of being in general, epistemology that deals with the phenomena of knowledge, and axiology or the study of values. Axiology is the branch of philosophy concerned with the concept of value in general. It is the philosophical inquiry into the precise meaning of value and good. Now you can see the topics for assignments. First one is bring out the subject matter of axiology. Then second, define value and bring out its meaning in economics. Third, distinguish between the meaning of value in economics and philosophy. The fourth assignment is distinguish between judgments of fact and judgments of value. Fifth one is elucidate the concept of intrinsic value and explain how it is different from instrumental value. The sixth assignment, discuss the practical significance of axiology. And finally, bring out the concerns of ethics and aesthetics as axiological disciplines. Present a case study to demonstrate the critical dimension of axiology is also for your assignment. Now we shall see the books for reference. The first one is an introduction to ethics authored by William Lilly, and the second one is a manual of ethics by John Mackenzie, and you can also see Noah Lemos's book Intrinsic Value published by Cambridge University Press, and there is a famous book Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. You can try two books by Peter Singer. One is Practical Ethics and other is a companion to ethics. Then you can see The Fissured Land, an ecological history of India by Madhav Gadgil and Ramchandra Guha. Then there is Roger S. Gottlieb's The Sacred Earth, Religion, Nature, Environment published by Routledge. So with these points of discussion, we conclude today's session on axiology. Thank you.
Hi friends, here we discuss limit of a function of complex variable. That is, let a function f be defined at all points set in some deleted neighborhood of z naught. The expression limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught means that limit of f z as z approaches z naught is a number w naught. That is, limit z tending to z naught, limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught. This means that the value of w is equal to f z can be made arbitrary close to w naught if we choose the point z close to z naught but distinct from z naught. We have formal definition of limit. The statement limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught, mark it as equation number 1, means that for each positive number epsilon there is a positive number delta such that mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. This is equation number 2. we can write like this. We can represent, here we have Z0 delta Z. Geometrically interpreting of this definition is that for each epsilon neighborhood, mod W minus W0 less than epsilon for W0, there is a deleted delta neighborhood 0 less than mod Z minus Z0 less than delta of Z0 such that every point Z in it has an image W lying in the epsilon neighborhood of mod W minus W0 less than epsilon. That is, here we have x axis, y axis, we have u and v. We have W0, W, and this is epsilon. Note that even though all points in the deleted neighborhood 0 less than mod Z minus Z0 less than delta are to be considered, their images need not constitute the entire neighborhood mod W minus W0 less than epsilon. For example, if ZF is defined by Fz is equal to W0, Fz is equal to W0, where W0 is a constant, the image of Z is always the center of the neighborhood mod W minus W0 less than epsilon. We have a remark. Once a delta has been found, it can be replaced by any smaller positive number such that delta by 3. That is, we can replace delta by 3. For example, let a and b are constant with a not equal to 0 and Z is a complex variable. Then we show that limit Z tending to Z0 az plus b is equal to az0 plus b. Limit Z tending to Z0. A plus ib is equal to, so az plus ib is equal to az0 plus ib. That is, here limit Z tending to Z0. Here for each positive number epsilon, we must find a positive number delta such that mod Fz minus az0 plus b is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus Z0 less than delta. Now mod Fz minus az0 plus b is equal to mod az plus b minus az0 plus b, which is equal to mod a into Z minus Z0, or we can write it as mod a into mod Z minus Z0. That is mod Fz minus az0 plus b. We can write it as mod a into mod Z minus Z0. Hence, for any epsilon greater than 0, mod Fz minus az0 plus b less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus Z0 less than epsilon by mod a. So, let delta is equal to epsilon by mod a. Then mod Fz minus az0 plus b less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus Z0 less than delta. Hence, by the formal definition of limit Z tending to Z0 az plus b is equal to az0 plus b. az0 plus b. Now, interior, exterior and boundary points we discuss. A point Z0 is said to be an interior point of a set S if there is some neighborhood of Z0 that contains only points of S. Z0 is called an exterior point of S when there exists a neighborhood of it containing no points of S. If Z0 is neither an interior point nor an exterior point, it is called, of course, a boundary point of S. That is, a boundary point is a point all whose neighborhoods contain points in S and points not in S. The totality of all boundary points is called the boundary of S. We have an example. The circle mod Z is equal to 1 is the boundary of each of the sets open unit disk mod Z less than 1 and closed unit disk mod Z less than or equal to 1. Next we have limit at a boundary point. Formal definition of limit given in the expression mod f of z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. That is mod f of z minus w less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. Mark it as equation number 2. We have already marked. Requires that f be defined at all points in some deleted neighborhood of Z naught. Such a deleted neighborhood of course always exists when Z naught is an interior point of a region on which f is defined. We can extend the definition of limit to the case in which Z naught is a boundary point of the region by agreeing that mod fz minus w naught less than epsilon need be satisfied by only those points set that lies in both the region and the domain 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. We have formal definition of limit at a boundary point. Let D be a region and Z naught be a boundary point of D. The statement limit Z tend to Z naught f of Z is equal to W naught. F of Z is equal to W naught. Mark it as equation number 3. Means that for each positive number epsilon, there is a positive number delta such that mod Fz minus W naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus Z naught less than delta and Z belongs to D. Mark it as equation number 4. Next we have an example. Show that if Fz is equal to Iz by 2 in the open disk mod Z less than 1, then limit Z tending to 1 Fz is equal to limit Z tending to 1 Iz by 2 which is equal to I by 2. That is one. Here we have one set delta is equal to 2 times epsilon. That is, first we take Z naught is equal to 1. Then clearly 1 is the boundary point of the open disk mod Z less than 1. When Z is in the region mod Z less than 1, we have mod Fz minus I by 2, mod Fz minus I by 2. This is equal to Iz by 2 minus I by 2. This is equal to Z minus 1 by 2. Hence, for any such set and any positive number epsilon, mod Fz minus 1 by 2 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus 1 less than 2 times epsilon. Therefore, corresponding to the epsilon chosen, we can find a positive real number delta is equal to 2 epsilon such that mod Fz minus I by 2 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod Z minus 1 less than delta and Z is in the region mod Z less than 1. Here we have I by 2, this is our epsilon. Hence, from the definition of limit at a boundary point, limit Z tends to 1 Fz is equal to I by 2. So next we have, if f set is equal to I set conjugate by 2 in the open disk mode set less than 1, then we show that limit set tending to 1 f set is equal to limit set tending to 1 I set conjugate by 2, which is equal to I by 2. For that, take set naught is equal to 1. Clearly 1 is the boundary point of the open disk mode set less than 1. Then set is in the region mode set less than 1. We have mod f set minus I by 2 is equal to I set by 2 minus I by 2, which is equal to 1 by 2 into I into set conjugate minus 1, which on simplification we get 1 by 2 into set conjugate minus 1. Hence, for any such set and any positive number epsilon, mod f set minus I by 2 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus 1 less than 2 epsilon. Therefore, corresponding to the epsilon chosen, we can find a positive real number delta is equal to 2 epsilon such that mod f set minus I by 2 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus 1 less than delta, and z is in the region mod z less than 1. Here mod z less than 1. Hence, from the definition of limit at a boundary point, we get limit z tending to 1 f z is equal to I by 2. Next we have uniqueness of limit of a function as a theorem. When a limit of a function f z exists at a point z naught, then it is unique. We prove the theorem when z naught is an interior point. When z naught is a boundary point, can be proved similarly by restricting that set points be in the region. To show that limit of a function f z, if it exists, is unique, we suppose that limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught and limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w1. Then for any arbitrary positive number epsilon, there are positive numbers delta 1 and delta 2 such that mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon that is mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta, and also mod f z minus w1 less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta 2. Here we have delta 1. We can take delta is equal to minimum of delta 1 delta 2. Take delta is equal to minimum of delta 1 delta 2. Then whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta, we have from 5 and 6. From this two equation, we can write mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon and mod f z minus w1 less than epsilon. Hence, whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta, applying triangle inequality, we have mod f z minus w naught minus mod f z minus w1 is always less than or equal to mod f z minus w naught plus mod f z minus w1, which is always less than the epsilon plus epsilon, which is equal to 2 epsilon. That is, mod w1 minus w naught is always less than 2 times epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. But we have mod w1 w naught is a non-negative constant and epsilon can be chosen arbitrary small. This leads us to take mod w minus w naught equal to 0. Hence, we have w minus w naught is equal to 0, or we can write w1 is equal to w naught. Hence, we conclude that when a limit of a function f z exists at a point z naught, it is always unique. Next, we have an example. If limit set n to set naught f z is equal to w naught, then show that limit set n to set naught mod f z is equal to mod w naught. Here we are using modulus. For this we have solution. Limit set n to set naught f z is equal to w naught implies that for each positive number epsilon there is a positive number delta such that mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. That is f z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. Mark it as equation number 7. From the triangle inequality, we have mod z1 plus z2 is always less than or equal to mod z1 plus mod z2. It can be found that mod z1 minus mod z2 is always less than or equal to mod z1 minus z2. Mod z1 minus z2 is less than or equal to mod z1 minus z2. Using this inequality, it follows that modulus of mod f z minus mod w naught whole moda, that is mod f z minus mod w naught, this is less than or equal to mod f z minus w naught. This together with the equation number 7, this is equation number 7, gives modulus of mod f z minus w naught is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. It is modulus of, here modulus of mod f z minus w naught, which is less than epsilon. Here we have modulus of mod f z minus mod w naught is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. And by the definition of limit, this means that limit z tend to z naught mod f z is equal to mod w naught. That is limit mod f z tending to z naught, limit z tending to z naught mod f z is equal to mod w naught. Next we have two path test for non-existence of limit at a point. If z naught is an interior point of the domain of definition of f and limit in the statement limit z tend to z naught f z is equal to w naught is to exist, the inequality mod f z minus w naught less than epsilon must hold for all points in the deleted neighborhood 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. Thus, the symbol z tending to z naught implies that z is allowed to approach z naught in an arbitrary manner, not just from some particular direction. This is very important. We illustrate this in the following example. If f z is equal to z by z conjugate, this we can write as we know, x plus iy by x minus iy. Then show by two path test that limit z tending to 0 f z does not exist. Solution: if limit z tending to 0 f z exists, then by the discussion just above, then it could be found by letting the point z is equal to xy approaches to the origin 0, that is 0 0 in any manner. But when z is equal to x0 is a non-zero point on the real axis. This is our explain y. Here we have z is equal to x0 and here we have 0y. Fz is equal to x plus I0 by x minus I0, which is equal to x by x, which is equal to of course 1. And when z is equal to 0y is a non-zero point on the imaginary axis, we have Fz is equal to 0 plus Iy by 0 minus Iy, which is equal to Iy by Iy, sorry, minus Iy by Iy, which is equal to minus 1. Thus, by letting z approach the origin along the real axis, we would find that the desired limit is 1. By letting z approach the origin along the imaginary axis, we would find that the desired limit is minus 1. Such a limit, if it exists, is unique, that we have already studied as a theorem. We conclude that limit z tending to 0 fz does not exist for the given function. For this function, the limit does not exist. Next we have theorems on limits. While definition provides a means of testing whether a given point W0 is a limit, it does not directly provide a method for determining that limit. Theorems on limits presented now will enable us to actually find many limits. Next theorem, suppose that fz is equal to u of xy plus iv of xy, z0 is equal to x0 plus iy0 and w0 is equal to u0 plus iv0. Then limit z tending to z0 fz is equal to w0. Mark it as equation number 8. We have limit z tending to z0 fz is equal to w0 if and only if what? Limit xy tending to x0 y0 u xy is equal to u0 and also limit xy tending to x0 y0 vxy is equal to v0. Mark it as equation number 9. For this we have, first we have a necessary part. If a limit z tending to z0 fz is equal to w0, then by the definition of limit, for each positive number epsilon, there exists a positive number delta such that mod fz minus w0 less than epsilon whenever, what we have, whenever 0 less than mod z minus z0 less than delta. That is mod u plus iv, here we have mod u plus iv minus u0 plus iv0 less than epsilon. Whenever, what we have, whenever 0 less than mod x plus iy minus x0 plus iy0, which is less than delta. That is mod u minus u0 plus iv minus v0 less than epsilon. That is, this implies mod u minus u0 plus I into V minus V naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod x minus x naught plus I into y minus y naught, which is less than delta. Mark it as equation number 11. This is equation number 10. But we have mod u minus u naught is less than or equal to mod u minus u naught plus I into v minus v naught. That is mod u minus u naught is less than or equal to, always less than or equal to mod u minus u naught plus I into v minus v naught. Mod v minus v naught is always less than or equal to mod u minus u naught plus I into v minus v naught. Similarly, we have mod v minus v naught is less than or equal to mod v minus u naught into u minus u naught plus I into v minus v naught, and modulus of x minus x naught plus I into y minus y naught is equal to square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square. That is, here we have modulus of x minus x naught plus I into y minus y naught. This is always modulus. Of course, modulus is equal to square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square. Hence, it follows from inequalities that we have already written 10 and 11 that mod u minus u naught is less than epsilon and mod v minus v naught less than epsilon whenever u minus u naught less than epsilon and mod v minus v naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than square root of, here we have x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square, which is again less than delta. This establish limits 9 and hence the condition is necessary. Next we have sufficient part. Assume the condition 9. Then for each positive number epsilon, there exists positive number delta 1 and delta 2 such that mod u minus u naught less than epsilon by 2, u minus u naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta 1 and mod v minus v naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever what 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta 2. Noting that mod z minus z naught is equal to mod x minus x naught plus I into y minus y naught, which we can write as square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square. The above two statements imply mod u minus u naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever 0 less than, that is u minus u naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever 0 less than square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square less than delta. That is, this is mod u minus u naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever 0 less than square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square less than delta. This mark it as equation number 12. Similarly, we have mod v minus v naught less than epsilon by 2 whenever 0 less than square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square is less than delta. for this we have mod v minus v naught less than epsilon by 2 when, that is whenever 0 less than square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square is less than delta. Mark it as equation number 13. Oh, so sorry, here we have delta 1 and delta 2. We have taken delta as delta 1 and delta 2. Let delta denote the smaller of the two numbers, delta 1 and delta 2. Since we have mod u plus iv minus u naught plus v naught, iv naught is equal to u plus iv, modulus of u plus iv minus, here we have u naught plus iv naught. This is, which is equal to mod u minus u naught, mod u minus u naught plus I into v minus v naught. This I can write as, which is less than or equal to mod u minus u naught plus mod v minus v naught, and square root of x minus x naught whole square plus y minus y naught whole square is equal to modulus of, it is equal to modulus of x minus x naught plus I into y minus y naught. This I can write it as, which is equal to modulus of x plus iy minus x naught plus I y naught. It follows from statement 12 and 13 that modulus of u plus iy minus u naught plus iv naught, which is less than epsilon by 2 plus epsilon by 2, which is equal to epsilon. That is modulus of u plus iy minus u naught plus iy naught, which is less than epsilon. Whenever, this is whenever 0 less than mod x plus iy, mod x plus iy minus x naught plus iy naught less than delta. That is mod fz minus fz naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. That is limit of 8 holds. Next we have applications of theorem examples. Show that limit z tend to z naught c is equal to c for any complex constant c equal to a plus bi and any z naught. Here we have solution. For that we can take, let c is equal to a plus ib. That is limit z tend to z naught, c is equal to c. That is, for that we take c is equal to a plus ib. That is fz is equal to, we can write fz is equal to u xy plus iv xy, which is equal to our a plus iy. A plus ib. Z naught is equal to x naught plus iy naught and w naught is equal to a plus ip. Z naught is equal to, we can write z naught is equal to x naught plus iy naught and what, w naught is equal to a plus ib. Since limit set xy tending to x naught y naught, uxy is equal to limit xy tending to x naught y naught a, which is equal to a, and limit xy tending to x naught y naught vxy is equal to limit xy tending to x naught y naught to b, which is equal to b. That is limit uxy is equal to a. Here we have xy tending to x naught y naught, so xy tending to x naught y naught. Similarly limit xy tending to x naught y naught vxy is equal to b. Applying theorem, we obtain limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to w naught. That is limit z tending to z naught c is equal to c. Here we have limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to W naught, we have limit z tending to z naught, we have limit z tending to z naught, c is equal to c itself. Next example, show that limit z tending to z naught, z is equal to z naught for any z naught. For that, let f z is equal to u plus iv, which is equal to x plus iy. And z naught is equal to x naught plus iy naught. Since limit xy tending to x naught y naught u xy is equal to limit xy tending to x naught y naught x, which is equal to x naught, that we can write limit xy tending to x naught y naught, what u xy, which we can write limit u xy, we can write it is equal to x, which is equal to x naught. Here we have xy approaches to x naught y naught, and also similarly we have limit xy tending to x naught y naught, vxy is equal to limit y, which is equal to y naught. Here also we have xy approaches to x naught y naught. Applying theorem 2, we obtain limit z tending to z naught, z is equal to u naught plus iv naught, which is equal to z naught. So next example we have limit z tending to 2i, 2x minus iy square is equal to 4i. Here limit z approaches to 2i, 2x minus iy square, we have to prove this is equal to 4i. For that, by theorem, with fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy, which is equal to 2x plus I minus y square, z naught is equal to x naught plus iy naught, which is equal to 0 plus I2, and w naught is equal to u naught plus iv naught, which is equal to 0 plus I4. Limit z tending to z naught, fz is equal to limit z tending to 2y, 2x minus iy square, which is equal to 4i, which is equal to w0. If and only if limit xy tending to x naught y naught, uxy is equal to, we have limit xy tending to 0 to I, uxy is equal to limit xy tending to 0 to I, uxy, which is equal to 0, which is equal to u naught. That is, here we have limit xy tending to 0 to I, and it is uxy, which is equal to limit, here we have limit xy tending to 0 to y, limit uxy, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 0, which is equal to u0. Mark it as equation number 14. And also limit xy tending to 0 to y vxy. What about limit xy tending to 0 to I vxy, which is equal to minus 2i square, minus 2i square, which we can write as, which is equal to 4, which is equal to v naught. Mark it as next equation number 15. Hence we have limit z tending to 2y, 2x minus iy square is equal to 4i. Next theorem is limit of sum, product and quotient. Let k be a complex number, and suppose limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to w naught, and limit z tending to z naught capital Fz is equal to capital W naught. here we have f z is equal to w naught and limit z tending to z naught capital F z is equal to capital W naught. Mark it as equation number 16. Then first one we have constant multiple rule, that is limit z tending to z naught k f z is equal to k into limit z tending to z naught f z. First one, limit z tending to z naught k f z is equal to k times limit z tending to z naught f z. Next we have sum rule. Second one we have sum rule, that is limit z tending to z naught f z plus capital F z is equal to limit z tending to z naught f z plus limit z tending to z naught capital F z. Next we have product rule, that is limit z tending to z naught f z into f z, which is equal to limit z tending to z naught f z into limit z tending to z naught f z. Next have quotient rule. Fourth one, quotient rule, limit z tending to z naught f z by f z which is equal to limit z tending to z naught f z by limit z tending to z naught f z, provided this limit z tending to z naught f z not equal to 0. Proof. The above results can be proved directly using the definition of the limit of a function of a complex variable, but with the aid of previous theorem, it follows almost immediately from theorems on limits of real valued functions of two real variables. We only proved 2, leaving the verifications of 1 and 3 as an exercise. To verify 2, we let limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught. Limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught and limit z tending to z naught f z is equal to w naught. This is capital W naught, this is small w naught, and take f z is equal to uxy plus I vxy and capital F z is equal to capital uxy plus I vxy. Can take small f z is equal to uxy plus I vxy and capital F z is equal to uxy plus I vxy. That is z naught is equal to x naught plus I y naught, w naught is equal to u naught plus I v naught, and of course capital W naught is equal to capital U naught plus I v naught. Then according to hypothesis 16 and previous theorem, the limit as xy approaches x naught y naught of the function u, v, capital U and v exist and have the values u naught, v naught, capital U naught and v naught respectively. So the real and imaginary components of the product f z, capital F z, f z, capital F z is equal to u plus I v into u plus I v which is equal to uu minus vv plus I into vu plus uv. That is uu minus vv plus I into vu plus uv. Have limits u naught minus v naught and u naught v naught u naught plus u naught v naught respectively as xy approaches x naught y naught. Hence by theorem again f z has the limit u naught minus v naught plus I into v naught u naught plus u naught v naught as set approaches set naught, and this is equal to w naught. This proves second one. Next we have limits involving the point at infinity. So it is sometimes convenient to include with the complex plane the point at infinity denoted by infinity and to use limits involving it. The complex plane together with the point at infinity is called the extended complex plane. That is, the set C union infinity is the extended complex plane. To visualize the point at infinity, one can think of the complex plane as passing through the equator of a unit sphere centered at the origin. That is, we can draw like this. Here we have so sphere. Here we have one line. In this line we have N, P, and here we have set. Of course, here we have the center 0. To each point set in the plane, there correspond exactly one point P on the surface of the sphere. The point P is a point where the line through set and the north pole N intersects the sphere. In like manner, to each point P on the surface of the sphere other than the north pole N, there correspond exactly one point set in the plane. By letting the point N of the sphere correspond to the point at infinity, we obtain a one-to-one correspondence between the points of the sphere and the points of the extended complex plane. The sphere is known as the Riemann sphere, and the correspondence is called a stereographic projection. Observe that the exterior of the unit circle centered at the origin in the complex plane corresponds to the upper hemisphere with the equator and the point N deleted. Moreover, for each small positive number epsilon, those points in the complex plane exterior to the circle mod z is equal to 1 by A correspond to the point on the sphere close to the north pole N. We thus call the set mod z greater than 1 by epsilon an epsilon neighborhood or neighborhood of infinity. This mod z greater than 1 by epsilon. Let us agree that in referring to a point set in the complex plane, we mean the point in the finite plane. Hereafter, when the point at infinity is to be considered, it will be specifically mentioned. Now we have limit. Even if either z naught or w naught or possibly each of these numbers is replaced by the point at infinity, the statement limit z tend to z naught fz is equal to w naught. Mark it as equation number 1. Means that for each epsilon neighborhood of w naught, there is a deleted delta neighborhood of z naught such that every point set in it has an image w lying in the epsilon neighborhood of w naught. We consider each case in detail. Limit at a point with the limit value infinity. The statement limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to infinity means that for each positive number epsilon, there is a positive number delta such that mod fz greater than 1 by epsilon. Whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. Equation number 2. That is, the point w is equal to fz lies in the neighborhood mod w greater than 1 by epsilon of infinity whenever z lies in the deleted neighborhood 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta of z naught. Next we have an example. Show that limit z tending to 0 1 by z square is equal to infinity. Here we take fz is equal to 1 by z square and z naught is equal to 0. We have 1 by modulus of 1 by z square is always greater than 1 by epsilon, that is 1 by z whole square, 1 by z whole square, it is greater than 1 by epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z less than 0 less than mod z less than square root of epsilon. Here we have taken delta is equal to square root of epsilon. Then I have mod fz is equal to modulus of 1 by z square which is greater than 1 by epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus 0 less than delta. With the aid of 2 we obtain limit z tending to 0 1 by z square is equal to infinity. Next we have alternative definition of limit with limit value infinity. We note that 1 by epsilon if and only if epsilon greater than 1 by mod fz. That is mod fz greater than 1 by epsilon if and only if epsilon greater than 1 by mod fz. This is if and only if epsilon greater than mod 1 by fz. This is again it is if and only if epsilon greater than mod 1 by fz minus 0. Hence statement 2 can be written mod 1 by fz minus 0 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. Mark it as equation number 3. Hence we can state that limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to infinity if and only if limit z tending to z naught 1 by fz is equal to 0. That is limit z tending to z naught fz is equal to infinity if and only if limit z tending to z naught 1 by fz, that is 1 by fz is equal to 0. This is our next equation number 4. Next we have an example. We show that limit z tending to iz plus 3 by z plus 1 is equal to infinity. Take here fz is equal to iz plus 3 by z plus 1. Iz plus 3 by z plus 1 and here z naught is equal to minus 1. Then limit z tending to minus 1 1 by fz z tending to minus 1 1 by fz is equal to limit z tending to minus 1. Here we have z plus 1 by iz plus 3 z plus 1 by I z plus 3. Here we have 1 by f z. So z plus 1 by I z plus 3, which is equal to minus 1 plus 1 by I into minus. In definition 4, we have limit z tending to minus 1 f z is equal to limit z tending to minus 1 I z plus 3 by z plus 1, which is equal to infinity. Next we have limit at infinity. The statement limit z tending to infinity f z is equal to w naught means limit z tending to infinity f z is equal to w naught. This means that for each positive number epsilon, there is a positive number delta such that mod f z minus w naught is less than epsilon, z minus w naught is less than epsilon whenever mod z greater than 1 by delta. Whenever mod z, this is less than epsilon whenever mod z greater than 1 by delta. Mark it as next equation number 6. That is, the point w is equal to f z lies in the epsilon neighborhood of w naught whenever z lies in the deleted neighborhood mod z greater than 1 by delta of infinity. Okay, next we have limit z tending to infinity 1 by z square is equal to 0. Next example. That is, f z is equal to 1 by z square. Here f z is equal to 1 by z square, and also w naught is equal to 0. We have 1 by z square minus 0 is less than epsilon whenever mod z less than 1 by root epsilon. Here take delta is equal to root epsilon. 1 by z square minus 0 is less than epsilon whenever this mod z is less than 1 by epsilon. Sorry, it is 1 by root epsilon. That is, here we have taken delta is equal to root epsilon. Then mod f z minus w naught is equal to 1 by z square minus 0, which is less than epsilon whenever mod z is greater than 1 by delta. With the aid of 6, we conclude that limit z tends to infinity 1 by z square is equal to 0. Next we have alternative definition of limit at infinity. That is, replacing z by 1 by z in the statement 6 can be written modulus of f of 1 by z minus w naught less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus z naught less than delta. This is our next equation 7. Hence we can state that limit z tending to infinity f z is equal to w naught if and only if limit z tending to 0 f of 1 by z is equal to w naught. Next we have an example. Limit z tending to infinity 2z plus I by z plus 1 is equal to 2. That is, limit z tending to, sorry, it is limit z tending to 0, 2z plus I by z plus 1 is equal to 2. Here we take f z is equal to 2z plus I by z plus 1. 2z plus I by z plus 1. Then I have limit f of 1 by z is equal to limit f z is equal to limit f z here is 2z plus I by z plus 1. So I can take this as 2 into 1 by z plus I by 1 by z plus 1. This is equal to limit 2 plus I z by 1 plus z, which is equal to 2. Which is equal to 2. Hence, using definition 8, we have limit 2z plus I by z plus 1 is equal to limit fz, which is equal to limit f of 1 by z, which is equal to 2. Limit at infinity with the limit value infinity. The statement limit z tending to infinity fz is equal to infinity means that for each positive number epsilon, there is a positive number delta such that mod fz greater than 1 by epsilon whenever mod z greater than 1 by delta. Mod fz greater than 1 by epsilon when, that is whenever mod z is greater than 1 by delta. Question number 9. That is, the point w is equal to fz lies in the epsilon neighborhood mod z greater than 1 by epsilon of infinity. Whenever z lies in the deleted neighborhood mod z greater than 1 by delta of infinity. A little definition of limit at infinity with limit value infinity. Replacing z by 1 by z, statement 9 can be written as 1 by f, that is modulus of 1 by f of 1 by z minus 0 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus 0 less than delta. That is modulus of 1 by fz. This is fz minus 0. Of course, this is minus 0 is less than epsilon whenever 0 less than mod z minus 0 less than delta. Mark it as equation number 10. Hence, we can state that limit z tending to infinity fz is equal to infinity if and only if limit z tending to infinity 1 by f of 1 by z is equal to 0. So, today we have discussed about limits of functions of complex numbers and we have go through so many examples. Hope you enjoy the session. See you next time. Till then, take care.
This is God's own country, blessed with the varied bounties of nature. Abundant rain, a warm climate, the mighty Western Ghats to the east, and the sprawling Arabian Sea to the west make Kerala a grand exposition of nature at its best. Kerala is rich in water resources. 44 rivers, sprawling lakes, backwaters and wetlands help sustain diverse plant and animal life. These water bodies contribute to the economy of the state in many ways. Tourism thrives on the strength of these idyllic lakes and backwaters, while the fishing sector provides the means of livelihood for many from the less privileged class. Estimates show that 24% of the national fish diversity is present in the fresh water bodies of Kerala. And 56 of these species are endemic to Kerala. Such a fish diversity is under threat from human interference today. Excessive sand mining along the river coasts and in the estuaries and construction of bunds and check dams have more than impaired the natural movement of fish species. The upsurge in the water tourism industry and discharge of industrial effluents have come to affect the fragile riverine ecosystems, depleting the fish diversity. Scientists believe that retting of coconut husks in rivers and backwaters is yet another cause of the contamination of fish habitat. Unethical fishing practices like using poisons and explosives, bottom trawling and the use of toll nets have contributed to the mass mortality of the fish. One of the fish species that face the brunt and is on the verge of becoming extinct is Horabagrus brachysoma, commonly known as the golden catfish. But being a delicacy, the demand for this tasty morsel has not slackened. To save such species from becoming extinct, scientists of the Regional Agriculture Research Station at Kumaragam in Kerala are involved in fish germ plasm conservation under the National Agricultural Technology Project.
This program was carried out under the National Agriculture Technology Project in collaboration with the National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources. Under this project, in addition to breeding of Horabagrus brachysoma, or popularly known as golden catfish, cattle breeding of 4 other fish species could be accomplished. These include the Western Ghats freshwater fish species called Gonoproctopterus kurumuka or Kuran, Carius disumeri, which is popularly known as Nadan Mushi, and then the Labio disumeri or Pullan or Tuli, and a 4th estuarine fish species popularly known as Kadimi, which is Atroplus suratensis.
The golden catfish was plentiful in the rivers of south and central Kerala, especially in Chalakudi, Periyar, Meenachil, Manimala, Achankovil, Pamba and Muvatupura rivers, which open into the Vembanad lake. But today, pollution, indiscriminate exploitation and a host of other factors have driven the golden catfish species to the brink of extinction. Before it becomes extinct, the germ plasm of the species needs to be preserved through captive breeding. Involved in this effort is Dr. Padma Kumar and his team of researchers of the National Agricultural Technology Project. This project is the first instance of breeding native fish in laboratory conditions. As a first step, surveys were conducted in the rivers to prepare an inventory of the fish species. The survey indicated the prevalence of higher size groups during the early monsoon period. The period of maturation extends from May to September. When they reach sexual maturity, they attain a length of about 17 to 18 centimeters. A single female has the capacity to lay over 1 lakh eggs. Being omnivorous, this catfish is well suited for aquaculture. Broodstock of the catfish is collected from the different riverine locations for breeding at the research station. The collected stock is released into ponds complete with protective habitats created artificially. The stock is provided with staple food like groundnut oil cake, rice bran and fish meal at the rate of 5% of the body weight. Once the broodstock attains maturity, sexual differentiation becomes easier. Mature females have distended and swollen abdomens and have bright red genital papillae during the breeding season. Females exude eggs under the slightest pressure. Males, on the other hand, are smaller with a streamlined body. They discharge milky milt upon slight pressure. Once the fish mature in farm conditions, they are shifted to the laboratory for induced breeding, the most crucial step in the process. Induced breeding is accomplished in 3 different ways. 1. By using synthetic hormones. 2. By using hormones obtained from fish pituitary glands. And 3. By following the stripping method. When breeding is carried out using synthetic hormones, the fish are weighed to determine the dosage of the hormones to be administered. The dosage for males is half of the dose determined for the females, depending on the maturity condition of the brooders. Synthetic hormonal analogues are injected either intramuscularly or intraperitoneally. In the second method too, it is the body weight of the brooders that determines the hormonal dose. In this method, freshly collected pituitary glands serve as a natural hormonal dose. The pituitary glands are crushed and centrifuged. The thoroughly mixed hormonal preparation is injected into the male and female fish. Within 6 to 8 hours, the male and female begin to court. In the next 8 to 14 hours, the mated females lay their eggs.
One of the major problems encountered in breeding of the golden catfish was that the asynchrony in the maturity of the fish. For example, the male of the fish attained maturity earlier than the female. Almost by May, the male assumes maturity. This was overcome by resorting to what is the stripping method, which is generally adopted in this case.
The stripping method is used to overcome the problem arising out of the males maturing earlier than the females. Here, the females are stripped of their eggs by applying slight pressure on the abdominal region. Likewise, milky milt is collected from the male fish. The eggs are mixed in the milt for the fertilization to occur. The well-developed and fertile eggs are heavily yolked, golden yellow in color and translucent. The unfertilized eggs, which can be differentiated by their white color, are removed. For safe hatching, a water pH of 6.5 to 7 is maintained. The fertilized eggs are kept for hatching. Hatching heaps are provided with a continuous flow of oxygen. Within hours, the eggs begin to show the coming of embryonic life. Depending on the water temperature, nearly 95% of eggs hatch in about 24 to 30 hours. The hatchlings have no resemblance to their adults. They are more like tadpoles in resemblance. Immediately after hatching, the delicate hatchlings are nursed in fine-meshed nursery rearing enclosures fixed in concrete tanks where they survive on yolk for the first 2 or 3 days. After this period, they are shifted to the open nets in the fry nurseries and are fed with diets comprising of egg custard and live plankton. In about a week, the post larvae are ready to be transferred into prepared nursery ponds. Prior to the transfer, the ponds are prepared by applying hydrated lime and cow dung. Besides raising the pH to near neutrality, hydrated lime enhances mineralization of organic manure and acts as a disinfectant against bacterial diseases. Cow dung, on the other hand, helps the growth of plankton and benthos, the primary source of food for fish. In addition, the hatchlings are fed with food pellets in the prescribed proportion. In about 3 months, the fingerlings attain a size of 6 or 7 centimeters. Now they are ready to be released in freshwater bodies or for distribution among fish farmers for aquaculture. Besides developing methodologies for the captive breeding of golden catfish, scientists at the Regional Agriculture Research Station at Kumaragam have successfully bred other freshwater fish species too. Such efforts, while providing a means of livelihood for the fishermen community, serve the purpose of saving endangered fish species from becoming extinct, a purpose noble by all means.
Hello and welcome to the session on blogging. With the origin of the internet, online diary keeping became an obsession of the internet users. There was no systematic way for this self-streaming in the earlier days of online logging or online diarying. Gradually, various internet companies started dedicated websites to help the users to systemize their web logging of personal experiences. Thus, more users came forward with an urge for expression of the self, and thus the practice became an essential part of the internet experience. This aspect of the internet is now popularly known as blogging. Blog as a medium of self-expression gained popularity in 1997, although the idea of online diary was in existence before then. The launching of blogger.com, one of the first free websites for blogging, in 1999 revolutionized the concept of blogging. It made it easier to create a website without any basic idea of HTML or related complex programming languages. The word blog. The word blog is a mashup of two words, and they are web and log. Now, the word is used in three distinct ways. It is used as a verb, to blog, which means to write or edit a blog post. It is also used as a noun, where a blog is considered as a platform or media or channel or software for logging one's thoughts and experience. Blogger.com, WordPress.com are the best examples. In this sense, blog is platform which produces web pages with similar layout and design, where content is arranged as chronicle posts or entries. The posts in the blogs are normally listed in reverse chronology, with most recent ones appearing at the top. Also, the blogs generally provide comment boxes under the posts to ensure interactivity and conversational nature. It is also used as a style of writing. The emergence of blogging popularized the conversational narrative in cyberspace. The genre of narrative or textual description, which is characterized with comment-based writing and conversational style, is now named as blog. In addition to this, the phrase blogosphere is also came into currency when blogging grew in popularity. Blogosphere suggests a unified entity of bloggers, though the blogging community highly is diversified and fragmented in terms of authorship and type of contents. In spite of these varied uses of the word blog, the term is defined by the Oxford English Dictionary as a frequently updated website consisting personal observations, excerpts from other sources, etc., typically run by a single person and usually with hyperlinks to other sites. In other words, a blog is nothing but an online journal or diary. A brief history of blogs. Blog is obviously a product of the World Wide Web, and its origin began at the same time as the web was born in the end of 1990. Web historians say that personal home pages during the early days of the World Wide Web can be seen as precursors to blogs. Justin Hall is considered to be the first web blogger. By 1994, he started to log his experience on his website links.net. Hall used a section of his website with the title Vita to tell the story of his life. He chronologically narrated his life from childhood to the present. And in 1996, he started to make his diaries public. He was doing it without using any blogging software. He started to use a blogging software only in 2003. Yet another name in the history of blogging is of John Barger, who through his website Robert Wisdom published frequently updated websites he visited, giving hyperlinks to those sites. He is the first person to use the word weblog by titling his site Robot Wisdom, a weblog by John Barger. Similar kind of weblogging was done by Dave Weiner in April 1997. Early bloggers were hand coding their sites. It means that they had to create their blogs from scratch and edit raw HTML codes each time they update their blogs. In the late 1998 and throughout 1999, free tools for web blogging appeared. They allowed bloggers to easily write and publish their blogs using templates without hand coding HTML and CSS. The first free web blogging tools is Pitas, but it could not attract web bloggers. Of the early free tools, Open Diary was prominent. It was launched in 1998, but it gained popular support to a great extent. By January 1999, it could host thousands of diaries. However, the blogging became so popular with the launching two major blogging content management systems, and they are Blogger.com and WordPress.com. Major blogging tools. As mentioned, blogging became so pervasive with the launching of content management systems. CMS is nothing glamorous than a large online database which stores digital assets created by the public in the form of text, images, videos, etc. A CMS is a program that resides on a server, unlike a software like MS Word or Excel that stay on our computers. What makes bloggers use CMS is that they provide ready-made page designs that contain templates using which the bloggers can pause their entries without hand coding HTML. The launching of blogger.com and wordpress.com, two wonderful free blogging tools that offered amazing options for bloggers in terms of design, layout and hosting facility, revolutionized the practice of blogging. In addition to this too, there are some more content management systems that offer better blogging options. Let's see them in detail. Blogger.com. Blogger.com is a free blog publishing platform created by Pyra Labs on August 23, 1999. Blogger.com hosts all blogs with a subdomain blogspot.com. In 2003, Google acquired Blogger.com and it added more facilities, including the facility to add photos to blogs. From 2009 onwards, Google started to experiment new stunning designs and content management facilities in Blogger.com. Updated template collections, individual archive pages for posts and comments, email posting are some of new features added by Google. Blogger.com is now one of the most visited web domains and the largest blog hosting site. WordPress.com. Like Blogger.com, WordPress.com is also a widely used free platform to blog. It was begun in 2003 by Matt Mullenweg and Mike Little, two users of a blog tool called B2 or Cafe Log, when this tool was discontinued by the developers. The first version of WordPress was released on May 27, 2003. The first version included admin interface, new templates and XHTML compliant features. Its second version was released in 2004 with plugin architecture which offered the users the facility for writing and sharing their own plugins. This was a revolutionary change in the blogging sector. It ensured more freedom to users to create their own design instead of resorting on the template given by the software developers. Movable Type. Movable Type was launched in 2001 by 6apart. It has both paid and free versions and can be downloaded and start blogging so easily. Tumblr. Tumblr was started in 2007, mainly aiming at live streamers. This is crossover tools that offers combination of microblogging, mobile apps and social media tools. Microblogging and vlogging. Microblogging and vlogging are two important concepts in the domain of blogging. Microblogging is all about posting small pieces of digital content such as text, photo, links or short videos on the internet. Microblogging is highly organic and spontaneous. As short posts are easy to read and easy to browse, microblogging has wider popularity. Politicians, celebrities, journalists and corporate people microblogging to express their opinions and to break news in their fields. Given the attraction of microblogging, a wide range of tools appear to tap the opportunity. Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr and Weibo are some microblogging platforms. The other term, vlogging, means video blogging. In vlogging, instead of text and images, videos are used as content and they are frequently updated. YouTube is a main channel used by vloggers to upload their vlogs. Types of blogs. As a vital communication platform widely used by millions of people around the world, blogs have taken different shapes over decades. WordPress reports that the following are the major category of blogs the host as a free web hosting platform. First one, personal blog. It is the broadest category in blogging sector and they include blogs about personal topics like politics, music, family, travel, health, and you can name it as you like. 2. Group blogs are written by more than one individual. Most often, group blogs focus on a specific theme and interested individuals do research and write posts on the theme. Technology, social issues, environmental protection, political matters, etc. are seen to be the most sought after themes. 3. Corporate blogs. They are maintained by corporate professionals or corporate firms to communicate their opinions and views on their business related matters. Professionals ranging from realtors to lawyers and stockbrokers are using this type blogs to share their expertise, and companies have discovered the power of blogs to personally engage with their customers. 4. Academic blogs. This type of blogs are used by teachers and students to develop their collaborative learning environment. 5. Non-profit blogs. Foundations, non-governmental organizations and human rights groups use this type of blogs as great tools to raise awareness and money for their causes. 6. Politics blogs. Members of parliament, political parties, government agencies and activists using blogs to connect with their constituencies. 7. Military blogs. Members of the military use blog to report what they see happening in various parts of the world and to stay in touch with their families. 8. Private blogs. Some people make their blogs private to share photos and information within families, companies or schools. 9. Sports blogs. Sports stars and fans using blogs to express and share their passion for various sports. 10. How-to, tips and reviews blogs. There are lots of blogs that share tips and reviews about cooking, games, music, books, movies and so on. There are also blogs that misuse the platform for commercial purpose, violating advertising policy. WordPress and similar firms do not allow such blogs on their platform. Following types of blogs are considered as unethical and firms like WordPress do not host them. They are SEO blogs. Blogs that are written for search engines instead of humans. These blogs are dedicated to trying to fool Google and other search engines into ranking them or the sites they link to highly. Affiliate marketing blogs. Blogs with the primary purpose of driving traffic to affiliate programs and get rich quick. This includes multi-level marketing blogs and pyramid schemes. Virus blogs. Blogs that promote pirated copies of ebooks, software packages, music, movies, games, etc. Automated blogs. Blogs that are generated by computers, including randomly generated blogs, blogs that republish press releases, marketing material, search engine results, link dumps or any other mass-produced content. Book tour blogs. Blogs that consist primarily of pre-written publicity material as opposed to original book reviews for the purpose of promoting books and driving traffic to other promotional and giveaway sites. Blogs as communication medium. Storytelling tool. As we discussed earlier, blogging is a form of narration. Narrative means the style of storytelling. As a narrative style, blogs are distinct from other styles of storytelling. It means the format of blogs is structured in certain ways that are different from the ways of storytelling that we experience in novels and movies. Blog tells the stories of lives of persons who write them. It follows an episodic style of writing that resembles the style of diary writing or chronicling of events. Self-expression forum. Most of the blogs are some extent of self-expression which focus on personal experiences. And the most obvious difference between the style of writing in a blog and a novel is that the stories in blogs are fragmented. Reading together the posts create a larger story. Some bloggers write their blogs with clear objectives in mind and complete their projects through various posts. Also, the blogs have a kind interactive storytelling style. Comments from readers on the post help blogs to be interactive. Political communication tool. What is truly revolutionary about blogs is their ability to spontaneously generate online discussion communities around any given piece of information and their ability to multiply and mutate dialogue in a rapid, self-replicating manner across the internet. And this ability of blogs increases their political impact. Blogs' interactive nature helps facilitate debate over political policy and helps avoid the automatic acceptance of catchy bumper sticker slogans. Blogs are forcing greater accountability on political communicators since readers can review sources and make immediate commentary, transforming passive readers into avid fact checkers. Blogs played a vital role in many popular protests like that Occupy Wall Street in the US, anti-corruption strike of Anna Hazare in India, and the Jasmine Revolution in the Arab world. How to blog? Until now, we discussed the theoretical part of blogging. Then, let's learn how to create a blog using a tool like WordPress or Blogger. Blogging on any hosting website, including WordPress or Blogger.com, contains 6 basic steps. First, decide what to blog about. Then, choose a blogging platform. Then, find a host, pick a domain name, install blogging platform or tool, and finally, design and use the blog. Let's discuss in detail. Decide what to blog about. People blog for a variety of objectives. Some do it for enjoyment while others to promote their business or ideas. The goal for any blog is to become the go-to resource for its topic or niche. If we select any topic of general interest rather than our personal experience, we must research a lot to make our post credible and dependable and to cover all possible aspects of the topic or theme. Theme of the blog determines its future course of action, including color themes, mood, tone, etc. Choosing a blogging platform. As we discussed earlier, a plenty of blogging tools are available for free. Of them, Blogger or WordPress are most widely used ones and user-friendly. While selecting a platform, we shall consider its flexibility, usability, functionality, popularity, authenticity, and cost-effectiveness. Free tools are good, but most often they put restrictions or conditions. So, if you're serious about blogging, it is better to choose paid ones. Next, finding a host. Blogging tools help you to prepare your platform or blogging website through their content management system facility. Once you prepare the content and design it choosing any template available on the blogging platform, you have to publish your blog. For publication, you must host it. Internet service providers offer you various hosting options. While selecting a service, the following matters shall be kept in mind. 1. Know your hosting needs. 2. Investigate on host reliability and uptime guarantees. 3. Study host upgrading options. 4. Check all hosting features based on your needs. 5. Check prices on both sign up and renewal. 6. Check hosting control panel. 7. Other supporting features like Bluehost, DreamHost and HostGator, some of the services for hosting blogs. Next, pick a domain name. Domain name is the address of your blog, so that you must choose one which is easy to remember and easy to share. It is better to go with a .com whenever possible because people always expect .com before other extensions like .net, .org, etc. While you choose free tools like blogger.com or wordpress.org, naturally your extension will be their names. Our blog names shall be easy to say and spell and shall not include hyphens, numbers, obscure terms or confusing strings of words. Next, install blogging tool. The next step is to install any blogging tool like WordPress or Blogger or any other one of your choice. The tools will guide you where to install them on your computer and how to do it. Next, design and use the blog. The first step in designing is to select a theme. In any tool, you will find a lot of similar to complex theme-based templates, but you have to choose one which is suitable to your subject matter. So, choose a similar theme which suits your subject. Blog as a journalistic tool. As mentioned, bloggers report what they experience and encounter in their real life, that may be personal experiences, political events, social phenomenon or natural occurrences. Most of them, they act as a first-hand information